I'm Tash Bunny and welcome to the Gamescom Asia studio. Today, we're
Dan sekali lagi guys, selamat datang di Gamescom Asia Studio 2022. Dan hari ini kita bakal seru-seruan bareng tentunya melihat game-game apa saja yang ada di Gamescom Asia pada tahun hari ini tentunya ya. Dan buat kalian yang datang di Singapura, kalian juga pasti tentunya bisa seru-seruan bareng sama teman-teman yang ada di sana, bisa ngobrol, kemudian juga berbagi pengalaman bersama dengan teman-teman komunitas dan juga developer, publisher dan juga para investor yang ada di sana ya. Dan kalau kalian tetap ada di rumah, nggak masalah, kalian bisa nonton Gamescom Asia Studio hari ini bersama dengan gua tentunya. So, let's enjoy the show tentunya ya. Tapi sebelum itu kita tampaknya bakal ada sedikit kata sambutan dulu tentunya dari yang punya acara. So, let's get it on.
Southeast Asia. You can expect trailers, gameplay, and hear directly from the teams behind the game. We hope you enjoy the show, and let's take a look at the first trailer.
The end of the 17th century, when ruthless corporations ruled the seas with an iron fist. They ignited a battle for global supremacy to dominate the world's most valuable trade routes. A flood of exotic goods from the Indian Ocean stormed the West, creating new addictions and a violent race for control. And where there's blood, there are predators. Labelled as enemies of all mankind, this new breed of pirates was shown no mercy. Sailing through dangerous waters, they created secret trading networks and built their pirate empires. But they were always on the edge of losing it all and sinking to the depths as skull and bones.
Itu dia trailer dari Skull and Bone tentunya, trailer pertama kita tentunya ya. Dan nextnya kita punya trailer yang baru lagi nih. Kira-kira ada game apa? Let's check it out.
And you, Cully, will play the villain. Ready your ship. Gird your loins and seize that fucking convoy. Destiny is calling, and our names are on her lips.
Itu dia trailer kedua, masih dari Skulls and Bones tentunya ya.
Hello, my name is Dimas from Banyak Studio, an indie game studio based in Surabaya, Indonesia. I am director of A Space for the Unknown, a slice of life side-scrolling adventure game set in 90s Indonesia about overcoming anxiety, depression, and a relationship between.
Dan ini adalah sedikit kata sambutan dari salah satu game developer asal Indonesia. Kita lihat aja seperti apa yang dia berikan informasi kepada kita. Langsung kita check out.
Dive into the minds of townspeople to uncover secrets and face the unknown supernatural forces that threaten the peaceful town. Please look forward to the release of A Space for the Unknown by Mojang Studio, coming soon to PC and consoles. Thank you.
Oke, dia meminta kita untuk mengantisipasi kemunculan game terbaru mereka di PC dan juga di konsol tentunya ya. Dan ini dia salah satu gamenya yang bisa kita nikmati nantinya, yaitu Coffee Talk ya. Jadi ini adalah game-game lain juga. A Space for the Unbound. Game yang tadi kita lihat dari Toge Production tentunya ya. Dan ini ya, game berikutnya datang dari RRC Horizon. Good job Multipedia Crew. Datang dari Thailand. Dan akan rilis pada tanggal 7 Juli 2023 bertemakan superhero dan juga game platformer. Selain menampilkan konsep platformer, game ini sendiri juga memberikan kita experience tentang mythical creature yang ada di tanah Thailand. And then it goes to the Mythic Wings. Sudah available sekarang di Steam, Switch, PS5, PS4, Xbox juga bisa kalian download tentunya dan juga kalian beli. The next one, kita punya game berikutnya datang dari Young Just Young, Sigil of the Magi. Datang dari studio publisher Singapura yang sudah bisa kalian mainkan sekarang juga. Sudah bisa kalian dapatkan di Steam ya untuk Sigil of the Magi. Next game berikutnya ada
Hi everyone.
Third Eye Open.
And lead designer of CBG.
And I'm Ishan Jaijalaka, the art director of CBG.
Firstly, we'd like to thank everyone at Gamescom Asia. We're so grateful for the chance to show our upcoming paper ghost stories titled Third Eye Open.
So the story follows Ting, a young girl who can see the spirit world and her life through the ages of 5 to 11. Here we're showing scenes from an early version of the game, taking place at a campsite in the hills.
Watch Ting getting to explore the
Ini salah satu game yang cukup unik buat gue secara pribadi ya, karena memiliki konsep yang sangat-sangat berbeda dengan game-game kebanyakan pada saat ini. Mereka membuat konsep seperti
We'll be showing more of paper ghost
novel
stories, Third Eye Open
dengan
flavors.
menggunakan paper
We're sorry
work
that we couldn't
sebagai
make Gamescom
konsep
Asia,
dari gamenya
but
itu
we hope
sendiri
you enjoy
ya.
the show. Now, here's the teaser trailer from the game. Thank you so much for watching.
Dan saatnya kita lihat trailer dari Paper Ghost Stories Third Eye Open dari seller Vault Game. Here we go. Sudah bisa kalian dapatkan di Xbox, Steam, dan juga platform-platform lainnya tentunya ya.
Welcome everybody. I have Sakina here, Managing Director of Persona Theory Games. Sakina, what is Cabaret and what can people expect from the game?
So Cabaret is a game about a boy that gets turned into
Nextnya kita punya game
a
Cabaret.
world full of Southeast Asian monsters. So what people can expect is to learn more about the creatures, the myth, the legends of Southeast Asia. They get to learn about a little bit of culture of Southeast Asia through the games, backstories about our history, our
Dan di game
culture,
ini
what goes on in
salah
Southeast
satu
Asia.
perwakilan atau PIC dari game
Sometimes,
tersebut mengatakan
we'll be
kalau
showing a
kita
lot of
sebagai
difficult
player nanti ya
questions to
bisa
the players, like
sedikit
what
belajar
activity
tentang kultur yang ada di Southeast Asia,
And where did the idea
baik itu
for
tentang
Cabaret
mythical
come from?
creature ataupun kultur-kultur secara general
Persona
lainnya.
Theory Games as a company where we don't come from games. So we actually come from like advertising, digital marketing, and most importantly, film. So we did a lot of film work with another company called Pusaka, based in Kuala Lumpur. which does a lot of cultural work. So through that, we were exposed to.
Dan uniknya mereka ini bukan berasal dari kalangan gamers yang
practices
benar-benar
like
gamers ya, mereka bahkan datang dari dunia perfilman di Southeast Asia, dan mereka juga sudah berkolaborasi dengan Pusaka, salah satu film dan juga production house dari Malaysia untuk menggarap game ini.
At the same time, like personally, I grew up in like London, so I feel like I'm very disconnected with who I am as a Malaysian, as a Malay, and I want to explore more of the region. And I feel like this was an opportunity to not only for us as devs to really learn about what these monsters actually stand for culturally, but also like share this with the world internationally.
Yeah, I know that resonates so much with a lot of us here in Southeast Asia, but I'm also really curious, how does Cabaret differ from your previous games, and how has the team evolved? I know you guys have grown over the past couple months, couple years.
Yeah, our first game, Fridays at Midnight, was like making an indie film. It was more intimate. It was a.
Kalau dibandingkan dengan game pertama mereka tuh lebih ke indie film ya, yang intimate ke para gamers-gamersnya gitu ya.
Also at the same time, it's about relationships with your family, your loved ones, your friends, your surroundings. And that was really at the core. That was only done by 5 people, like me and the co-founders, Michelle, our art director, and Hilmi, our lead programmer. And we had help with from people, our friends, and our audio house, Hello Universe, helped a lot. But you know, that's just like making an intimate indie film. Cabaret is really more of us like making the world bigger. Thinking about our international audience, because we're supported by Wings Interactive. A lot of our exposure, Cabaret's exposure in the beginning are to Europeans and Americans. So it's been received quite well, surprisingly. And it's only gaining momentum here in Malaysia recently. Yep. So I find that very interesting. So I think as we grow as a studio, so from Fridays at Midnight, there was 5 of us of the main team. And then now we're 7 people, head of department strong, with like 6 other juniors. So that's about 13 of us. So we're growing every year and every game. And in each game, I feel like we want to show more and more of Southeast Asia.
Yeah, and I think that's a perfect segue, because I was going to ask, why focus on Southeast Asian myths and folklore? Was there a reason?
Nah, ini adalah alasan yang bakal diberikan kenapa berfokus kepada Southeast Asia region.
I think as Southeast Asians, you always get told, like, when you go out late at night, be careful, like banana trees, there's pontianak hanging around. There's certain things you don't do because something will come and get you. I think it's such a Southeast Asian thing that like grandparents and then our parents would tell us to warn us, like to teach us morals, but at the same time, it's also traumatizing. So I think we just want to share that with the world. And so far, from what we learned from our international audience, is that they in their own culture have something similar. So we're all connecting through trauma and monsters.
Yeah. And finally, I guess, when can people expect playthrough Cabaret? When can people get this game in their hands?
Cabaret will release on Xbox consoles and Steam and Epic on March.
Dan itu dia, sedikit bocoran akan diluncurkan di Steam dan juga Epic di March 2023 ya. Jadi kalian nggak perlu menunggu lama, karena itu hanya dalam hitungan bulan saja tentunya ya. Di bulan Maret 2023 untuk Cabaret Personal Theory Games. Dan ini dia trailernya, let's go! Dan yap, itu dia seperti yang kita bilang tadi, kabaret sudah kalian bisa wishlist di Steam dan juga di Epic Games. Berikutnya ada My Lovely Wife dari Game Changer Studio, dan kita akan lihat seperti apa kata sambutan dari mereka sebelum kita lihat trailernya juga ya.
13 talented, hardworking individuals. These are our artists. These are our programmers. And these are our support. And these are our big bad bosses. Based in Indonesia, we come from different corners of the archipelago, working together to make the best games to exhibit what our country is capable of. Our game, My Lovely Wife, is a dating, management, alchemy simulator that explores the notion of one's willingness to do anything for love, even through sacrifice.
Dan ini dia trailer dari My Lovely Wife dari Game Changer Studio Indonesia yang sudah keluar sekarang juga. Kalau kita sambil ngeliat trailer di sini, tampaknya memang game ini bertemakan horror ya, instead of something that casual ataupun sesuatu yang bisa membuat kalian menikmati weekend kalian dengan nyaman tentunya. Dan yap, ini adalah trailer berikutnya datang dari salah satu studio di Singapura. Dan ini sudah bisa kalian mainkan sekarang juga ya tentunya. Dan kalau kita ngelihat dari trailernya sendiri lebih banyak ataupun bisa kita asumsikan ini adalah genre RPG yang sangat menarik sekali tentunya. Dan bisa kalian nikmati sekarang juga dari Ghost War tentunya. Yang berikutnya datang dari Magnus Game Studio, RE Legend, sebuah game petualangan yang sangat indah sekali tentunya dengan konsep open world dan fantastic creature lainnya yang bisa kalian mainkan sekarang juga. Dan ini datang dari studio Malaysia.
We are Kaiga Games, a small team of 15 based
Berikutnya, kita akan melihat dari Kaiga Games
We've been making
Simulaka
found-footage horror games for
3.
the past 6 years, blending a
Kira-kira
simulated
seperti apa gamenya? Kita lihat aja dulu trailer
to create
dari
an
game.
immersive mobile experience. Now, we are proud to present Simulacra 3, the next installment in our long-running series of found-footage horror games. In Simulacra 3, you unravel a series of mysterious disappearances of a small town by going through the phone of one of its victims.
I'm not the person you think I am.
Yap, Simulacra 3 datang dari Malaysia yang bisa kalian mainkan nanti pada tanggal 25 Oktober 2022 tentunya. Dan ini adalah sedikit cuplikan dari trailernya.
The bright side is more cases means more evidence. I've been digging through the files and I noticed these symbols.
Hi everyone, I'm so happy to be here with Har, narrative designer of the game Valkyrian Arc Hero School Story. Har, happy to have you here.
Next, kita punya Har sebagai perwakilan dari Agate Internasional yang akan sedikit menjalankan interview bersama dengan perwakilan dari Gamescom Asia.
RPG simulation game where you will play as a principal of a hero school. So in the game you will build classrooms, enroll students, take them to courses, and then send them to adventures all the way until you graduate them as new heroes of this world, Valkyria.
Valkyrian Arc Hero School Story is a sequel. What can players expect after playing the first game?
Well, of course there will be some changes. Like in the first game, the combat is real time, but for this one we use turn-based. So we expect more tactics and strategy from the players. Aside from that, we also have more narrative content in the form of character stories. In the first game, almost all students are randomized and they don't have their own stories, but now they have. So player can fulfill the students' needs to unlock more stories and then see their true ending when they graduate.
The game released in early access earlier this year. How has been the reception so far?
Well, of course, some people are shocked at the change. Like, it was real time last time, but now it is turn-based. But most of them are cautiously waiting until the finished product. On the flip side, while we switch to turn-based combat, there are many new people who at first reluctant to try our game because they don't really have that switch for action game, but now they like to try it because they can stomach turn-based more. So yeah, it's a trade-off that we think is worth it for this new installment.
The Valkyrian Arc series started as a flash game many years ago. How would you say has the game development scene in Indonesia developed since then, and how does that affect the development of Valkyrian Arc Hero School Story 2?
It has changed a lot since the early 2000s from the first flash game of Valkyrian Arc. Nowadays, gamers in Indonesia like to play competitive. We even have a new word for it. It's called mabar, main bareng. So playing together, literally. But there are still market for premium single-player games, and we're still aiming for that side of market. And although the prevalence of these competitive games and also gacha games from Japan and China, we learn from them. Their main thing is creating characters that are relatable and making people want to get those characters. So we learn from them and we take that principle into Valkyrian Arc 2 by making our students more relatable, giving them stories, and making sure that players want to spend time to know better about those students and then graduate them as heroes.
Yap, seperti yang kalian dengar barusan, kalau apa yang dipelajari dari Agatha International ini adalah mereka belajar dari game-game yang datang dari Tiongkok dan juga dari Jepang ya. Kenapa? Karena mereka belajar kalau premium single player games market itu masih sangat besar sekali, dan mereka belajar dari sistem gacha yang digunakan oleh game-game yang berasal dari Jepang ataupun dari Tiongkok.
Thank you so much, Har, for answering our question. Please make sure to check out Valkyrian Arc Hero School Story on Steam. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dan ini dia game trailernya. Valkyrian Arc Hero School Story 2 dari Agatha International. Seperti apa trailernya? Check it out. Dan game ini kalian bisa dapatkan di Q1 atau quarter 1 2023. Dan sekali lagi, Agatha International datang dari Indonesia.
Hello everyone, I'm Andre.
And I'm Rahmat from Digital Happiness.
We are super excited to walk you through the world.
Game berikutnya datang dari Dreadhound dari Digital Happiness Studio.
Been working on.
Dan game ini masih tentunya dalam proses pengembangan. Dan ini sedikit sneak peek seperti apa sih Dreadhound.
Secret group of dedicated scientists, believers, and exorcists. Before starting the game, you can choose an agent and also a spectromorph ghost. Since pure science is ineffective against creatures and spiritual entities, the only way to encounter them is by using the modified detection tools specifically designed and fused with the traditional amulets. Some objects emit specific.
Dan lagi-lagi ya guys ya, kita disuguhkan dengan game horror.
In this case, we use a uniquely trained goldfish to detect a cursed chemical signal, or CAT. Although it's not all fun and sunshine, one of us is possessed by an evil entity, and they will try to sabotage the entire mission. And now, I got to show you the other side of this experience. For that, I give the talk to Andre. Back to you, Andre.
Thank you, Rahmat. Andre here. The Possessed One has a set of abilities at their disposal. Now, let's try the trap and the Reaper's Mark. I will place some traps and summon the Reaper. The Possessed One has to be careful though. They need to be deceptive and not reveal their true intention.
No.
Because everyone has a chance to cast a curse on any other player if they found someone suspicious. And finally, the Possessed One is able to transform and kill everyone. Depending on which spectrum of that I choose before, each ghost will have a unique ability to use as well. So that was the basic gameplay of Dreadhound. There are plenty more to be revealed later, and we hope you guys enjoy it. Don't forget to wishlist and join with more than 1,000 agents that participated in the next phase of limited playtest on Steam to discover the untold mysteries within Dreadhound.
Oke, itu dia tadi sedikit sneak peek dari Dreadhound. Kita sekarang lihat full trailernya dari Dreadhound Digital Happiness dari Indonesia yang sudah kalian bisa wishlist dari sekarang dan akan rilis di Q1 2023. Oke, dan itu dia tadi limited alpha ya, bisa kalian download dari sekarang tentunya ya, Dreadhound. Untuk berikutnya kita punya Graveless, datang dari Digital Happiness juga, studio yang sama tentunya dengan Gravehound tadi ya.
Halo, saya Andre dari Digital Happiness. Kita bertemu kembali di World Premiere Gameplay Overview of Graveless.
Dan tampaknya Digital Happiness ini salah satu studio yang sangat-sangat
cukup jarang ini,
menarik sekali atau tertarik sekali dengan mengekspor dunia
CTO
game,
dan juga game director dari Graveless dan juga Dread series.
Game horror ya tampaknya ya.
Halo semuanya, perkenalkan nama saya Fadi Fanadi, kreator dari Graveless. Saya sangat senang akhirnya bisa memperkenalkan Graveless ke kalian semua. Graveless sebenarnya adalah weekend project dari Digital Happiness yang telah berjalan kurang lebih setahun yang lalu, yang terus-menerus diiterasi fitur gameplaynya. Gameplay footage yang kamu lihat ini adalah prototype yang masih menggunakan Unreal 4. Namun saat ini Graveless sedang kita integrasikan ke Unreal 5. Pada dasarnya, Graveless adalah game single player action RPG dungeon crawler. Beberapa inspirasi yang diambil adalah Diablo, Soul River, dan Soul series. Player akan bermain sebagai salah satu Reapers yang bertugas untuk mengembalikan dunia kembali seperti asalnya dan mengungkap misteri di belakangnya. Dunia Graveless dipenuhi oleh para immortal. Graveless akan mengkombinasikan petualangan penuh aksi, puzzle solving, platforming, dan eksplorasi. Reapers mempunyai ability yang beragam, dari pertarungan tangan kosong sampai beberapa senjata eksotis lainnya. More to be revealed soon. Terima kasih.
Yap, itu dia tadi sedikit ringkasan dari game ini ya, yang datang dari studio yang sama, dari Dreadhound. Nah, tadi seperti yang dikatakan juga kalau game ini sebenarnya masih, atau game yang kalian saksikan sekarang ini adalah game yang masih menggunakan sistem RE4 ya, atau Real Engine 4. Tapi untuk saat ini, sebelum mereka merilis secara penuh, mereka sedang mencoba mengintegrasikan game ini dengan menggunakan Real Engine 5. Dan yang sedang kalian saksikan sekarang masih sama, yaitu beberapa cuplikan dari game tersebut, yaitu Graveless, datang dari Happiness Studio, Digital Happiness. Dan sama halnya dengan game sebelumnya yang datang dari Digital Happiness, dia juga akan keluar di Q1 2023. Dan sekali lagi, please enjoy the trailer. Oke, kita move on ke next game. Ada Margo on the Brink, dimana ini datang dari Kadots Games. Dan ini adalah perpaduan dari dua studio, yaitu dari Myanmar dan juga Australia. Dan ini akan dirilis pada tahun 2024. Sayangnya masih cukup lama ya, dan itu pun masih di Q4 2024. So, please enjoy the trailer first before we play the games in the future. Oke, itu dia tadi gamenya dari Margo, datang dari Eureka dan Kadot Games tentunya ya. Dua studio yang berkolaborasi untuk menciptakan satu game yang sangat luar biasa sekali in the future. And next kita punya Giga Bash Passion Republic Games. Nah, ini menarik banget nih, karena Giga Bash itu sebenarnya kita pernah melihat trailernya, dan kali ini akhirnya sudah bisa kalian mainkan. Dan Giga Bash ini datang dari Malaysia, di mana konsepnya adalah pertarungan antara monster-monster yang mencoba untuk menghancurkan kota. Dan daripada penasaran, kita lihat aja trailernya terlebih dahulu dari Giga Bash. seperti yang kalian lihat, setelah trailer ini sudah bisa kalian mainkan di Steam, Epic Games, dan juga di platform lainnya. Next, kita punya wawancara bersama dengan Keychain dari game director Fair Play Studio tentang game project yang sedang mereka develop tentunya.
Well, at your service, in a sense, is the game about we play as an elite housekeeping team that goes from house to house, cleaning it like real spick and span, and then come out as fast as they can. Well, the thing is, the team kind of have like a promise to the house owner that will also be presented in game, that the house will be clean in like 3 minutes. So they're going to have to clean that in like 3 minutes tops, and then the house owner starts going around checking things, and then if they see anything amiss, see the job that the team has neglected, they're gonna find that out, and then maybe if it was not satisfactory, they're gonna fire you. Yeah. So the team will have to like work around the clock and also distract the house owner in some way in order to get the job done and get out ASAP.
Yes, and it's quite interesting, right? Because it is a co-op party game.
Yep.
You know, we've seen a lot of co-op party games become quite popular over the past couple of years. What makes your game different than the rest?
Well, in other games, the games are what works against the players are the level design, the stage hustlers and whatnot. But in this game, we have the house owners to put our minds to it, because they are going to walk around, they're going to check things, and they're going to like keep on pressuring you to act in certain ways.
Got it.
Yeah, so I think the additional layers of the game is going to be interesting to the players.
Yeah, and it's so funny because your previous game at Fair Play, Fallen Knight, had some co-op elements in the game as well.
A little bit.
A little bit, yes. What excites the team about making co-op style experiences?
Well, thing is, what we want as a company is to see players get together and have a fun time, good time together. So in this game, we designed with that in mind. The experience is tuned for multiplayer co-op experience. So, but the game is also should be enjoyable for like a solo or duo players. Therefore, at your service, we have dynamic difficulty adjustment, which scales the game in preparation to each amount of players that are in the game. So I think the game should be enjoyable for all types, all group size of players.
Got it. And how's development coming along for the game?
The development is coming along nicely. We mostly have the core game done. We are in the process of adding in the contents and whatnot. We can expect the game to launch probably in Q2 of the next year.
Okay.
I think we should probably hit that. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, I know I can't wait, and you guys should definitely check out their upcoming. It looks really fun. It looks really exciting. So thanks for coming by.
Thank you for your time.
Itu dia tadi interviewnya bersama dengan salah satu perwakilan dari studio games ya. Dan next ya kita punya At Your Service, Fair Play Studio. Dan seperti yang kalian lihat, ini adalah trailer game yang tadi kita sudah mendengar wawancaranya ya. Dimana ini adalah sesuatu yang sedikit unik karena kalian berperan sebagai seorang housemaid yang akan bertugas untuk membersihkan rumah ke rumah yang lain tentunya ya. Dan memiliki batas waktu tentunya agar kalian bisa mendapatkan reward dengan cepat.
Thank you for watching the Made in Southeast Asia showcase here at Gamescom Asia Studio.
If you want to see more of these games showcased today, please visit the website.
Nah, itu dia tadi guys, semua showcase kita di segmen pertama kita, sesi pertama kita tentunya ya. Tapi sebelumnya, nanti kita juga bakal ada sesi lainnya yang akan mempertunjukkan game-game yang akan kita showcase tentunya ya.
Productions, an indie game studio from Indonesia, and I am the music and project manager of Coffee Talk Episode 2, Hibiscus and Butterfly.
I'm Frederick, the lead programmer in Coffee Talk Episode 2.
My name is Dio, the artist of Coffee Talk Episode 2.
I'm Jovan from Togi Productions, and I am the programmer of Coffee Talk Episode 2, Hibiscus and Butterfly.
My name is Jackie Panci from Togi Productions, and I'm the narrative designer.
I'm Anna Winterstein, and I'm one of the two writers on Coffee Talk 2, Hibiscus and Butterfly.
Coffee Talk is a coffee brewing heart-to-heart talking simulator, and the game is back for a second episode.
As a barista in a late-night coffee shop, you will serve your customer warm drinks, accompanied by cozy lo-fi music, while listening to their stories.
The game is set in alternate Seattle, with stories ranging from a social media junkie satyr, a banshee who dreams of being a singer, and many more others.
Learn to make latte art and find the right brew for each customer by experimenting with ingredients to discover lots of recipes to warm up their heart.
Scopely is bringing us the first trailer of their latest game and a sneak peek into their creative process.
Oke, itu dia tadi guys semuanya dari session pertama kita, Game Made in Southeast Asia. Dan nextnya kita akan masuk ke dalam behind the scene dari Scopely tentunya ya. Dan seperti apa game-gamenya? Let's go, kita lihat trailer dari Scopely.
Hello, gamers and fans at Gamescom Asia, and welcome to Scopely's Studio Time. My name is Illa, and I'm very excited to be here with you
Dan
today
ini dia
as
Illa
an MC.
sebagai MC dari Scopely.
Scopely is a mobile-first game developer
Jadi
and
apa sih
publisher with
Scopely
teams
ini?
around the
Jadi
world.
Scopely ini adalah
They're home to
mobile
one of the
games.
most diverse rosters in all mobile gaming, ranging from casual games like Scrabble Go to RPG like Marvel Strike Force. We recently held a live streamed event out here in Asia. For tonight's last show, I brought you some of the fun highlights from the event. Let's enjoy some of the ridiculous chaos and be sure to download the game and join our community.
Yap, ini adalah beberapa highlight yang terjadi ketika Scopely melakukan acara fun games bersama dengan community.
Let's stumble together. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh tidak!
Let's go. Let's go.
Okay.
Ayo please. Bisa ya. Ada kaori hijau.
Legendary. Guys. What I really love about Stumble, guys, it's like all of their skins, like this. They're all so cute and they're really unique, and the animation is really great.
Sudah keluar guys. Jadi ini adalah skin terbaru legendary Stumble Stain, Jack Lantern, Dead Fred, Super Guy, Banana Guy, dan Warthog. Ini 3 ini udah keluar sebelumnya sih. Ini yang baru keluar 3 ini kalau nggak salah ya, yang Halloween teman-teman ya.
Yang warna kuning ini tuh skin legendary guys. Warnanya aku pilih pink. Kalian bisa ganti warnanya sesuka kalian sih sebenarnya. Ini buat terus animation. Ini kalau kalian menang nanti ada animationnya. Gitu-gitu.
Stumble Stain, ayo bisa menang kekuatan skin Halloween. Please dong, gue pengen menang dong, please dong. Oke, gas. Please.
Buset, kalian udah satu aja ya? Jatuh hiunya terbang. Kayak aku dong, kayak hiu. Ya, bisa yuk. Ya, 6 lagi dong, kayaknya nggak keburu deh. Burung.
Oh, space race. Okay, this looks nice. It's space race. I don't expect to win, guys. I just want to try. Oh my gosh, it really is space. Oh my gosh. What? Ooh, this is fun. Is this Saturn? Wah! I love this. Oh, eliminated. Okay, someone won already. Congrats.
Let's go. Menang. Ya, please yang gampang. Easy. Lihat nih ya. Aku ajarin tutor cara bermain Stumble guys yang baik dan benar. Lompat sini, lompat depan, lompat. Sip. Nah, lihat tuh. Isi kan? Nah, ini maju lompat. Ini lompat. Oh, udah tinggal ikutin doang tuh. Juara 1. Mana yang bilang susah? Mana ini gak jatuh kan kamu kan? Makanya pakai sambal pas dulu. Kok itu yang backroom udah duluan?
Benar-benar ke 16 dari 16. Oh, main bola, yes. Let's go. Oh my god. Ini main bola cuy. Aku suka nih. Ayo tendang. Woi. Kiper. Astaga, kiper. Aku jadi kiper nih. Oh, buset, udah 1-0 cuy. 2-0. Sabar. Aku ngegolin ya. Let's go. Ada 3 kipernya cuy. Wah. Ayo, korbankan diri kalian cuy. Ayo, korbankan diri kalian cuy. Ayo kita terjun dengan bolanya. Oke, nice. Oh, gila.
Aduh.
Wah, lava.
Aduh. Aman.
Wah, buruk sekali ya Bang Boyo. Gak bisa mengikuti musuh.
No. Oke.
Jadi moderator.
Ya, aku ditungguin lagi. Oh my god.
Will I win? What bash? spot bash. Don't fall. Okay, I'll do my best not to fall. Why are you coming near me? Don't come near me. Ah! Don't come near me. Don't, please don't. What? I don't know what should I do. But please stay away from me. Thank you. Ah! There's this red. What? Oh my God, guys! Ah! Wow, I love this game. Oh my God, I love this game. 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 Woo! I'm qualified.
Let's stumble together. Yay.
Banyak obstacle nih.
Iya, ini banyak obstacle-nya. Nah, ini susah sih. Ini lumayan susah. Soalnya pada dorong-dorongan.
Anjay.
Tuh kan pada dorong-dorongan saya di sini. Ayo, bisa. Ah! Oh my God. Nah, nice.
Lagi hoki. Nah, coba kita tes di sini. Siapa tadi yang bilang hoki? Nah, kita lihat nih. Nice, karena palanya gede banget dah. Mari kesenggol gue. So, teman-teman, itulah Stumble guys. Bisa dibilang apa ya? Dibilang seru.
One word. Satu kalimat. Stumble guys. Unite us. Anjay. Stumble guys mempersatukan kita ya.
Stumble guys, emotional damage.
So I would recommend you guys to play Stumble Guys because Stumble Guys is one of a kind game and is really fun to play with if it's your friend.
Oke, itu dia tadi highlight dari keseruan para streamer-streamer yang melakukan streaming bareng bersama dengan fans mereka di acara Stumble Guy oleh Scopely tentunya ya. And next-nya kita punya beberapa games menarik tentunya dari dunia indie. Seperti apa? Kita lihat nanti ya.
Modern Warfare 2 and play the campaign up to a week early.
PlayStation.
Otra noche mágica del fútbol europeo aquí en Madrid.
PlayStation.
Fate only binds you if you let it. Do what is necessary. Not because it is written. We will make our own destiny.
PlayStation.
不思議な話もあったもんやな。時代を動かすはずの男が時代遅れの男に切られ死ぬ。しかもこの世に存在しないはずのもう一人の自分に切られることになるんやからな。なあ、坂本龍馬さんよ。
Gamescom may be here in Singapore, but we're hosting developers, publishers, and gamers from around the world. So let's take a look at some of the awesome indies that have made it out this year. From Gentle Giant Games, let's take a look
game-game
at
yang bisa dibilang datang dari dunia
fast-paced
indie
roguelike
tentunya
that
ya.
was
Dan kita
inspired
langsung
by
mulai
the
saja.
classic
Ada siapa
game
kali
genre.
ini? Dan yang pertama kita akan lihat dulu yaitu Spiritfall. Nah, Spiritfall ini sendiri berasal dari developer game Gentle Giant Games. Kita bisa mengintip Spiritfall roguelite dengan fast pace ya, dengan genre game yang terinspirasi dari genre fighting platform. So here we go, Spiritfall.
Next up is Her Name Was Fire, developed by Tissue Inu from Amsterdam.
Nextnya kita punya Her Name Was Fire, datang dari Tissue Inu. Seperti apa trailernya? Langsung kita check it out aja trailer dari Her Name Was Fire. Oke, Her Name Was Fire ini adalah game yang dikembangkan oleh Tissue Inu dari Amsterdam. Game ini merupakan jenis roguelike yang memiliki elemen bangunan dan dimainkan dengan twin stick control untuk mengalahkan para musuhnya. Jadi ini kurang lebih seperti roguelike tapi juga memiliki elemen bangunan deck.
Returning again this year, Hooded Horse brings us over.
Nextnya kita punya Hooded Horse dari publishernya yaitu Showcase tentunya ya. Kemudian game ini memberikan kesan-kesan yang cukup menarik dan kalau misalkan kalian penasaran kita langsung lihat aja trailer gamenya.
first pioneers changed the harshest aspects of our world, every generation has upheld the solemn promise of our forefathers, that the rise of Titan would forever be without misery or bloodshed. We seek nothing from the solar system but a lasting amity of reason and justice. To see a war under any pretext would bring ruin to the great works of mankind. Any victory achieved through that deepest expression of human unreason would be as devastating as defeat. We have but a singular purpose: to establish peace and security for all mankind.
Oke, kembali lagi di tahun ini Hooded Horse menghampirkan lebih dari 10 game di showcase mereka ya, dari genre RPG hingga roguelike. Mari kita lihat apa saja yang bisa ditampilkan oleh Hooded Horse tahun ini. Game yang sedang kalian lihat sekarang adalah Nebulous Fleet Commander. Dengan berkonsep ruang angkasa, mereka membuat game Nebulous ini ya. Dan nextnya ada Terra Invicta, salah satu game yang sedang dikembangkan juga oleh Hooded Horse Publisher.
Create your legacy as you embark on this epic journey, and feel the growth of your divine power when you destroy all those who dare oppose you. At last, raise a monument to your ultimate triumph. As thousands praise your glory, you will finally realize your fate. With the power of a god, who will you become?
Yang sedang kalian saksikan sekarang juga masih datang dari Hooded Horse yang bernama Fata. Kemudian nextnya kita punya Sons of Valhalla. Game platformer ini memiliki konsep yang cukup menarik, di mana mereka mengambil timeline ataupun waktu di mana para Viking masih berjaya di masanya ya. Sons of Valhalla dari Hooded Horse Publisher. Nextnya kita masih dengan konsep yang cukup unik, yaitu The Way of Wrath. Next, kita punya konsep yang lebih menarik lagi dari studio game yang sama, yaitu Hooded Horse, yaitu game Old World. Moving on to the next, ada Alliance of the Sacred Sun. Kalau kita lihat dari semua game showcase-nya Hooded Horse ini, mereka bisa dibilang memiliki konsep yang cukup menarik, mulai dari kembali ke masa lampau hingga ke masa yang mungkin belum tentu kita bisa dapatkan di kemudian hari ya, yaitu konsep ruang angkasa.
It's so peaceful when you first settle here. Rich glades are full of resources, yours for the taking. But with every fallen tree, with every ancient site sacked, the forest grows angrier. Ignore the warnings, and you will will bring doom.
Di game berikutnya, Against the Storm. Karena ini salah satu game yang cukup menarik di mana mereka membangun sebuah peradaban, nggak cuma untuk manusia tapi juga untuk para kadal. Nextnya kita punya Capital Command. Kembali dengan konsep luar angkasa kali ini. Hooded Horse meluncurkan ataupun memberikan kita showcase game mereka yaitu Capital Command. Masih dari publisher yang sama yaitu Hooded Horse, kita punya Mars Tactic. Dan ini dia trailernya. Lagi-lagi dari studio yang sama, Hooded Horse meluncurkan Asia Crazy.
We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other thing, not because they are easy, but because they are hard.
Channel traffic, 8 special missions, 4 air evac, and 2 embassy flights.
Oke, untuk next gamenya ada Clanfall. Dengan grafik gameplay yang cukup unik dan juga cukup klasik, kita bisa menikmati dan juga memainkan game ini ya, Clanfall dari Hooded Horse. Heart of the Machine menjadi game berikutnya yang datang dari studio yang sama yaitu Hooded Horse. Dan yap, itu dia tadi semua showcase game yang diluncurkan oleh Hooded Horse di Gamescom Asia Studio pada hari ini. Oke, next ya kita punya dari Mulander, dimana Mulander ini adalah game yang dikembangkan oleh The Six Hammer. Dan ini bakal seperti apa gamenya, jadi langsung kita lihat aja trailernya yang satu ini. Nah, Mulander ini adalah game yang dikembangkan oleh Six Hammers di Bulgaria dan Moolander merupakan game action RPG 2D dengan elemen Metroidvania dengan lingkungan alam yang indah dan beberapa pertarungan boss yang spektakuler.
So you crash land on an alien world with nothing but your interstellar ship and your trusty AI, Hamilton. Your task, find the legendary source of infinite milk, Elware. Your fate, tame the mighty cows, beam them up, and buy your dying civilization a few more weeks worth of milk resource.
It's all about the milk. It is an important resource and a fundamental plot element of the story.
Yap, setelah tadi ada beberapa sesi interview dari pengembang Moolander yaitu The Six Hammer, saatnya kita lihat trailer dari Moolander.
Milk is the most precious resource in the universe, and it's used to power up the milk arsenal. So you must choose wisely which abilities to spend your hard-earned milk on. Cows are the cherry on top of Moolander. You have to discover where they come from and why they are so powerful. We call them the ancient mighty cows, outfitted with a hyper-advanced AI. Every cow fight is completely different and cinematically crafted. They can even use the environment against you. Not to mention the special attacks each one of them utilizes in battle. Furthermore, you cannot kill these bovines. They are simply too powerful. What you can do is tame them with the non-lethal attacks and teleport them back to your home planet.
We actually went crazy with the cow concept. We have included spider cow, skeleton cow, druid cow, and overall more than 15 different types of bovines that you can encounter in our journey called Moolander. All of them have their own particular set of skills, and we actually encourage players to find their own way of fighting them. Don't worry, we have taken care of that by creating very sophisticated AIs that it's going to be a challenge even for the normal players.
The combat of Moolander is very dynamic and fluid. You unlock multiple battle abilities by leveling up your character so you can create your unique combat build. We've created 3 sets of milk-based arsenal types for the players to choose between: lethal, non-lethal weapons, and defensive abilities. Every one of those can be further upgraded with milk. You need to switch between all of the weapons in real time in order to tip the scales in your favor.
It was about time to tip the scales in our favor.
The enemies of Moolander are highly intelligent, each with its own specific AI. They all have multiple different attacks and require a strategic approach to be defeated. By killing enemies in the game, you make research on their DNA, which is then implemented into your ship in the form of unlockable skins. These skins are called camouflage modules. By equipping them, the players gain special passive bonuses.
Oke, itu dia mulai. Dan ini adalah beberapa cuplikan game ataupun footage dari Moolander.
We've added a branching dialogue system.
We are in luck, sir. This is a health plant. It can restore our health.
I thought they didn't grow anymore here on Mars.
They don't, sir. It is strange how this plant survived.
Enjoy frequent cutscenes as you progress through the game. Uncover the main hero's emotional backstory by interacting with your trusty AI companion, Hamilton. He's also your best friend in the hostile world you are in.
The world of Moolander is really brought to life by a complete voiceover. Our talented voice actors have really put their hearts and souls into our game. The story of Moolander twists and turns by the hour. It starts off simple, with a lot of comedy. We tend not to take ourselves too seriously, but with the progression of the storyline, everything changes. You uncover ancient Lander secrets, you learn of a sinister treachery, and you uncover the brutal truth behind your journey. By the time you reach the end, we promise you a lot of emotional moments and a very memorable journey. Some people even cried. Well, not us, but some people.
Our beautiful environments are fully handcrafted and are the work of 4 different artists on 3 different continents and are inspired by games like Ori and Rayman. Dozens of different creatures and alien life forms make them come to life. Adding dynamic lighting and challenging puzzles to the mix creates an unforgettable experience.
Whoa! Hamilton, would you look at that? Mars is one heck of a planet. What a magnificent creature with its 4 legs.
To achieve maximum world depth and immersion, we have created our own game music. It is written, recorded, and mastered all in-house at the Sixth Hammer. From growling sounds and creepy whispers to cow recording sessions in barns all over the country, we have recorded every sound effect of our game ourselves.
Who doesn't like playing multiplayer games with friends and family? In Moolander we have couch multiplayer for up to 4 players where you can play PvE, PvP battles, and there is even football with cows and spaceships. How cool is that?
The multiplayer is a big part of Moolander as we created huge couch multiplayer for up to 4 people. Our vastly different multiplayer modes offer numerous ways to play with dozens of different skills and terrains to explore and unlock. You will freeze and burn, spit and stab your way against friends as you take control of a mighty cow. The arenas in all modes are not just visually different, each offers unique hazards and tactical opportunities. Try to survive enemy waves long enough together with friends, or test your skills in PvP battles. And after hours of brutal action, you can continue exploring the game by playing our signature sport, the Galactic Moo Ball.
Moolander is already available on Steam, Xbox, and PlayStation,
including a free demo which you can try on your own on every single platform.
And stay tuned for our upcoming Nintendo Switch release in spring 2023. See you in the secret cow level.
Yap, itu dia tadi Moolander dan sudah available now di Steam, PlayStation, dan juga Xbox. Nextnya datang dari Jepang. Kali ini kita punya The Tower to the Bottom, dimana ini adalah permainan single player yang berasal dari studio dari Jepang. Dan seperti apa gamenya, kita langsung lihat saja trailernya yang satu ini dari Shushei Gamers.
Now giving you a quick run through of what you can expect in The Tower to the Bottom, a survival roguelike adventure with real-time card battling. At the start of each run, you can tax 1 portion of bread for each of the children you have in the commune. If you ever reach 0, it's game over, and you have to start a new play. Okay, so
let's get started. So I'm here in the commune where all the children live atop the ever mysterious tower. I'm going to have a quick look through all the children that I have unlocked here. So here is Gubbo, who is an offensively orientated character with his 3 slash cards, which let him attack relentlessly. But his last card here is the Hanged Man, which plays into the game's unique mechanic of having the cards have different effects depending on their orientation. So the slash card won't be able to use it for attacking when it's upside down. So you have to be really careful and make sure you use the Hangman to get the cards the way you want them facing. Over here we have Hound, who is more of a balanced or even defensive character, with their horned shield here, which can be used to reflect damage back to the attacker when using the perfect guard, which is another of the real-time combat mechanics I'll be showing you a bit later. Here's Lunglan, another more balanced character, sword, default guard ability, won't do any reflective damage, but pretty nice. And then here we have Fist. I guess he's a bit more offensively orientated, but he's got a bit of flexibility thanks to the sword and shield card, which will do an attack when upright and be used for guard when it's upside down, so you can change that direction with the Hanged Man how you like. Last of all we have Ni, who is my favourite character. He's really well balanced, but he's also got Torch, which can be used outside of combat as well to quite a lot of different uses. And that's one of the reasons I really like him. But before I get started on this run, I'm going to have a quick look at the string here. As you can see, there's some fish in it, which if you interact with, can be used to gain a bit of food, which is really useful to help win a game over. So yeah, let's add me to my party. And I think I'll go with a balanced comp. So let's get Langling in, and we've got a nice balanced comp to start the run with. Warriors are assembled. Alright, let's go. I like the look at that deck. Here the children are sending us off before we head in. And here we go. So as you can see here, the children do attack on their own without any input from yourself. However, they will not be too successful because they're only children and they need your guidance to get through the perils of the tower. So let's see what we get here. It is the Mysterious Child. So she acts sort of as a guide slash teacher when you first enter the tower. So let's see what she has for us today. I think she's going to try and give us a little tutorial to the combat of the game. So let's say yes please and get a quick rundown of how we play. So here is our starting hand with the size of 4 cards. So 2 slash, guard, and then the torch is upside down so I can't use it right now. I'm just going to attack, and as you can see, you can deal a new hand whenever you like, no matter what. So I'm just going to attack again and deal a new hand. We're going to attack once that circle finishes. So I'm going to block so I don't take as much damage. Nice, when we start. Let's attack while they're talking. Deal again. Attack. Guard again. And deal. Let's see. I attack. Attack again. Yeah, you got that attack in. That's okay though. And then I will finish them off. Okay, looks like they've seen enough. So may as well just attack. And looks like they're going to head down and wait for us to get deeper in the tower. So like most roguelike games, when you win combat, you get a reward. So here I think I will pick the bread, because at the start of a playthrough, making sure you have a nice buffer of bread is really useful to not get a early game over to any silly mistakes. So let's head down and skeleton, another common enemy you'll face in the game. He is ready to fight for his friends, and Unlike is not too happy about the skeleton being a bit creepy. So so he is gonna attack. With the perfect guard I can make myself take a lot less damage. Let's try and time it, and nice, got it. So not only take less damage, but he's stunned. So I'm gonna attack using this opportunity I've created. Attack again. And guard this again, just to be safe. Attack. And yeah, victorious. So we get another reward here. And I don't need another guard card, can't take the water out, so I think I'll just go with the bread to be safe. Head down here. We've got a crossroads, so I can choose the path I take. I'm liking the look of those exclamation marks, question marks, so let's go to the right. Another skeleton? Oh, no. So this is the sustainable skeleton. He's a bit of a quirky character who's collecting bread to donate to the poor and starving people of this world. So I think I'm going to go for a positive relationship and give him some bread. I could have attacked him, or maybe even given him poisoned bread if I had the card available, which would have given us a negative relationship, and he may have even attacked me, but I want to be a nice guy, so I'll give him the bread here. So here we are in a rest zone, which will let us recover a little bit of health. But since I brought here we go. I have the torch, which means I can light this kindling here and get a little fire. So this will let us get a bit more healing. And here, Lang Lang and Nita are going to have a bit of dialogue between them, where they'll discuss what they think of the tower, and you can get a bit of an insight into their personalities and what they're thinking. So let's keep heading on, and here's the big 30 health heal. Yep, here we go. Nice. It's a lot bigger than the default 10, so being able to light that fire is a nice advantage that Need brings to the party. Let's head down here. What have we got? Here he is, the giant sentinel. So this is one of the first bosses you'll be fighting in the game, and unless you can beat him, you won't be going deeper into the tower to the lower floors. So before we get started on this fight, I'm going to check the cards I have. 2 slash, 2 guard, 1 bread, 1 torch, and then the hanged man. So that's a pretty decent balanced comp of cards. So let's block this. Perfect guard, so he's staggered. Nice. I'm going to attack twice. Chain attack. So swordsmen can chain attacks together and do more damage depending on how long you get the chain going. Which is nice. I think here he's got the wall of iron up. 999 armor. Not going to do any damage attacking into that. So I am going to just wait and try and get another guard on his giant's greatsword attack. Here we go, guard, nice. And now I'm going to attack, chain with the torch for an offensive attack. Nice, and I might be able to finish him, but I'm just going to play safe. Yeah, you got the iron up. Oops, I didn't need to do that. That's okay. And as you can see, that slash card over there is upside down, so I'll use it. Does nothing. I'm going to try and block this attack. Probably should have blocked instead of attacking. That was my bad. So, I'll just wait for this wall of iron to run out before I finish him off. Probably don't even need to perfect guard. He's got only 3 health left, so let's just wait. Yeah, there we go, and I'll just finish him off. Nice. Pretty clean run of this so far, and I think since this is one of the demo versions, the run is going to end here.
Yap, buat kalian yang baru pada join di acara pada hari ini di Gamescom Asia Studio 2022, kalian sedang menyaksikan gameplay dari The Tower to the Bottom. Dan ini adalah salah satu game yang cukup unik, di mana kalian disuguhkan game ini oleh Shueisha Games dari Jepang tentunya ya. Dan ini adalah beberapa cuplikan game mereka tentang bagaimana mereka mencoba untuk turun dari tower dan menuju ke arah bottom dari tower itu sendiri.
You can add multicast to it, making do ever more damage. Or with the fire spell, if you use fire to add to it, you can get it to cast instantly, allowing you to time your attacks for great impact. However, if you add fire to water, the spell's going to cancel out because those elements don't mix well. Here you can heal up, which is really useful for the magic characters. And here is the Practitioner of the Divine Arts, a numbered combo system, where if you use the cards in the correct order, you can get more damage and status effects like the paralysis you can see here. Thanks for watching this brief introduction to the Tower to the Bottom. There is a lot more to discover in the full game, releasing on Steam later this year. Be sure to add to your wishlist and follow us on Twitter. Have a great day!
Oke, itu dia tadi The Tower to the Bottom. Kalian bisa dapatkan game ini di platforms yang sudah cukup familiar, yaitu Steam tentunya ya. Dan nextnya dari Jepang kita pindah ke Quali yang berbasis di Inggris tentunya ya. Dan ini adalah gamenya yaitu Day by the Blade.
But since then the game has quite changed. So we wanted to show you how the updated gameplay looks and how you control and play Died by the Blade. So welcome to the video. Hope you'll enjoy it. Let's get started.
Yap, ini adalah showcase dari gameplaynya ya. Bisa dibilang ini seperti game fighting dengan karakter-karakter yang unik tentunya, dan juga mungkin weapon yang bisa kalian pilih di setiap karakternya. Dan ya betul sekali, setiap karakter memiliki weapon yang berbeda dan kalian bisa pilih sesuka hati kalian. Kita lihat saja trailernya dan juga gameplaynya yang satu ini.
And choose one of the areas. Let's look at the garden. With the left stick you move around in basically 2D plane. You can also roll with the trigger and double tap to dash in given direction. So important to note here is the UI. You can see that there is a red arrow and a white one. I am the character on the left, I play Nakamura, and my stance is the red one. The opponent's stance is a white one. So whenever I'm in the same stance, the arrows will match. Right, so he's trying to match the stance. Basically the reason why he's doing that is the defense system. Let me turn the AI again. So the basics of defense is that when you're matching the stance, the attack will be auto-blocked. You can see that there is a white flash. There is a blue flash, I'm sorry, showing that the attack was blocked. The match stance is the sort of first line of defense for you. So you have a second line, which is a parry. So when I press the parry button, you can see a red circle. While it is red, the parry is active, whereas gray, it is on cooldown, and when you don't see any circle, that basically means that the parry is available too. Right, that was parry. So what you've seen there was a yellow flash. That means that the parry is in different stance than my opponent. If I match the stance and execute the parry perfectly, that is a perfect parry. My opponent will be kicked back a bit, so I will basically stop strings of his attacks. All right, so that was a perfect parry. Basically you have two types of attacks. You have horizontal one and then a vertical with the right button and right trigger. These are not any way faster or slower than each other. They change the geometries as we are tracking the position of the blade. When you're trying to hit enemy's hitboxes, this definitely changes how you would react to your character being in some specific state. If it rolls, you would want to use a vertical attack, but you have to wait until the roll is finished. When he is dashing towards you, you want to use a vertical to hit him, definitely, because vertical goes through the whole character hitboxes, so it's much higher chance to hit him. If you go from the bottom, you can hit his leg first, so that doesn't necessarily mean he will die. If you go from the top, his head or torso will be hit. That's probably instant kill in Died by the Blade. Let me just look quickly at the fast quickly at these combos. So with the katana we have nice sequence. You can chain up to 3 attacks. Each attack takes a little bit of energy, so that's the blue bars at the top. When I execute an attack, you can see that there's some energy being used, but each consecutive attack uses less and less energy, so it's useful for you to kind of manage the energy. So you see my energy bar is low. I need to either wait or I can parry an incoming attacks and just basically replenish my energy this way. It's basically stealing, because when enemy is attacking, he's using some of the energy and I can get it back by executing perfect parries or parries in general. So the auto block doesn't provide you with any energy, so you would want to parry as well. but as a first line of defense, it's still good enough. So this basically stops you from having enemies just spamming constantly in attacks, because they will use their energy quite quickly. So for example, if I just do first line of attacks and then you will match stands and these are not chained in any way, what would happen is that they deplete the energy, and once the enemy's energy is depleted, let's look at the start when my energy is low. See, my attacks are way slower. So basically we penalize you if you don't manage your energy well or lose it very quickly. Basically every weapon uses different amount of energy, and every character has a different overall amount of energy and different regen rate. Right, so see, Daisuke seems his regen value is going slower than Yoshi's, but he has bigger overall energy bar. So what happens is that you can execute multiple combos with higher energy bar. Oh, okay. There's a perfect match there. Yeah, he's depleted, so I can...
Yap, seperti yang sedang kalian lihat sekarang, kalau kita ngelihat dari playtest ya, atau playtest atau gameplaynya, seperti yang gue bilang tadi, sebenarnya setiap game ataupun setiap karakternya itu memiliki perbedaan pergerakan dan segala macam ya. Dan bahkan kalian ada tutorialnya ketika kalian sedang bermain, gimana cara melakukan jab, melakukan finisher, dan juga beberapa teknik-teknik lainnya yang bisa kalian lakukan. Nah, yap. Nah, seperti yang kalian dengar juga barusan, jadi setiap weapon memiliki perbedaan finishernya juga. Jadi penggunaan weaponnya itu yang paling berpengaruh untuk melakukan tebasan-tebasan yang luar biasa dari setiap karakternya. Gak cuma karakternya aja, tapi weaponnya pun akan membuat semuanya menjadi berbeda.
So first thing is your character. So each character has a multiple skins. There are items that you can put in a character to have a bit of kind of your own style on it. In addition to character customization, you can also modify your weapon. Let me show you. There are basically two ways you can have different katana skins. First one is pre-created, so the things that we made that are kind of special in the game. And then custom, which you can use and create your own weapon as you wish. So there are tons of customization options. You can assign various components of your weapon. Other part for customization are banners. So in levels, I don't think it was in those levels that I showed you, but basically in the final game you will have in all those levels you will have banners. So each player has its own unique banner. You can customize the banner as you wish. And final, we have tones, so you can actually pick your own tones. Currently there is only visual. That's the only visual thing, but maybe in the future we will add some option to like mark your opponent and you have to kill it within 3 seconds or something like that. Thank you for watching and being here with me. Was quite a journey for us to get the game going and get the game running. We had a lot of feedback from you guys and in various events, and I really want to say thank you. As I said, thank you very much for watching the video, and see you.
Itu dia tadi showcase dari Die by the Blade, dan bisa di wishlist sekarang di Steam, Epic Games, PS4, PS5, Xbox Series, dan juga Xbox One tentunya ya. Next, kita akan ke game berikutnya yang datang dari namanya cukup unik, yaitu special presentation dari Zilliqa tentunya ya.
Hello Gamescom Asia, it's Matt and Valentine from Zilliqa Gaming. It's really exciting to be here. We've got some amazing games that we'd like you to play. Valentine, do you want to talk to them?
Yep. The big one is Web Freeware, already available in open beta, and also 2 other games that are in the works. Please have a look and enjoy them.
Yeah, go down, download, and have some fun.
Kalau dilihat dari trailernya cukup menarik ya, dimana ini bisa dibilang hampir mirip seperti Battle Royale, tapi dengan konsep malam hari ya. Kalau kita lihat ya, di malam-malam menggunakan night vision, mencari musuh dan ya mencoba untuk menghabisi mereka sebelum mereka menghabisi kita tentunya ya. Yap, itu dia tadi dari Ziliga. Kemudian ini kalian kalau misalkan pengen lihat apa yang sedang mereka kerjakan dari studio ataupun publisher tersebut, bisa langsung scan aja barcode yang ada di layar kaca kalian untuk visit w3w.game website dan juga join w3w Discord channel. Ya, kalian bisa langsung scan aja kedua barcode tersebut.
All the way from the Sprite-osaur in the
Nextnya kita datang dari jauh banget, yaitu di Inggris, yaitu datang dari Sprite-osaur. Dan dan mereka menciptakan ataupun mengembangkan game dengan judul Popling. Seperti apa gamenya? Let's check it out. Well, kalau kalian lihat ini sangat membuat kita sedikit bernostalgia ya dengan game-game taktik seperti ini ya. Dan jauh-jauh dari Spritosaur di Inggris, Popling adalah permainan game puzzle kompetitif yang mereka coba kembangkan di tahun ini. Gak cuman puzzle game aja, namun di dalam dari game ini itu masih ada story yang bisa kalian nikmati tentunya ya. Well, seperti apa story-nya tentunya kita masih belum bisa cerita terlalu banyak karena memang game-nya masih coba dikembangkan oleh Spritosaur tentunya ya. Selain ada arcade battle, mereka juga punya puzzle world. Dan tentunya ada sistem restart yang bisa membuat kalian terus mengulang-ulangnya sampai mendapatkan skor terbaik tentunya ya. Dan nextnya kalian punya mode puzzle editor di mana kalian bisa membuat game semau kalian sendiri bisa dibilang ya. Oke, itu dia tadi dari Popling. Dan gamenya bisa kalian dapatkan di Steam untuk sekarang dan masih bisa kalian wishlist di Nintendo Switch. Dan nextnya kita punya Home Sweet Home Survive dari WGG, di mana game ini merupakan game survival seperti namanya ya. Dan sebelum kita menjelaskan seperti apa gamenya, kita lihat dulu trailer dari YGG kali ini, yaitu Home Sweet Home Survive. Oke, itu dia tadi Home Sweet Home Survive. Dan sekarang kita balik ke Singapura, di mana ada Battle Bro Production yang mengeluarkan game terbaru mereka, yaitu Cuisiner, di mana ini dikembangkan oleh studio tersebut, yaitu Battle Bro Production, langsung di Singapura, dan membawa kita ke game Cuisiner ini, sebuah roguelite game yang memberikan kita dungeon untuk menemukan bahan-bahan penting yang dibutuhkan untuk memasak makanan lezat untuk keluarga. Kita lihat sedikit cuplikannya dan juga trailernya ya. Dan kalau kalian lihat beberapa cuplikan ini adalah bagaimana kalian mendekorasi rumah makan ataupun restoran kalian setelah berpetualang di dalam dungeon yang baru saja kita lihat juga di trailer yang sama atau di gameplay yang sama dari game ini, yaitu Cuisiner. Alright, itu dia tadi guys, trailer ataupun gameplay terakhir dari session kita di Awesome Indies and More tentunya ya. Kita akan balik lagi tentunya setelah yang satu ini untuk session terakhir kita.
Our friends at the Singapore Games Association are once again hosting the Singapore Pavilion at Gamescom Asia this year. Let's take a look at some of the highlights from.
Untuk next session kita punya session dari SGGA atau Singaporean Gamers Association tentunya ya. Nah, seperti apa sessionnya kita akan lihat saja langsung session dari SGGA Pavilion. Let's go.
Hello everyone and a big welcome to Gamescom Asia. My name is Felicia Lim and I'm the Vice Chairperson of the Singapore Games Association, the primary trade association for gaming and esports in Singapore. We are supported by our government agencies, Enterprise Singapore, Infocom Media Development Authority, Singapore Tourism Board, as well as Digital Industry Singapore. The Singapore Games Association was founded to fill an important role in the video games industry, which is to strengthen the foundations, facilitate the development of games, and support the esports ecosystem in Singapore. We do this by working closely with our fellow Singaporeans and Singapore-based companies, such as gaming companies, game creators, gaming service providers, publishers and investors through various initiatives and activities. Today, I'm pleased to present our partners at the Singapore Pavilion, starting with Game Studio, General Arcade, Good Morning Games, Lionfish Studios, and the Doodle People, followed by Incubators Cargo Studio and the Iterative Collective. We also have publishers Ripple's Infinity and Eastreet Games, a marketing and events company, Elephant, live transmission and video on demand company, Label Broadcast, mobile peripheral brand, Joytech, and last but not least, a venture capital firm for esports and gaming, Gamerforce Ventures. We are excited to have our exhibitors showcase their wonderful work, and I hope that you are just as excited as us to hear from them.
Oke, ini adalah salah satunya, yaitu Old Cafe. Game-game yang datang dari Singapura. Kemudian ada Aesir Defender. Next ada Swift.
Hi guys, this is Lance. I'm the founding partner at Human Force Ventures. I am also the chairman of the investment committee. Right, so today we're very glad to be at Gamescom Asia 2022.
Yep, guys, let me introduce you to Lance Quick. He is a founding and also managing partner dan juga chairman dari Games Force Venture PTA Ltd.
Right, our first investment was back in 2019, right, and then we migrated that investment into our Akan fund. Since then, we have made 3 investments. Right now, raising a $15 million venture fund focused on the esports and gaming infrastructure technology sector. Right, so we intend to empower one or more players in the esports and gaming ecosystems through the use of technology. Right, so with that, I will hand the time over to my portfolio companies to share more about what they do. Thank you, and I'll see you there.
Dan yap, ini adalah beberapa keseruan dari salah satu community terbesar dari Singapura, yaitu RSG.
It's hard to find tournament with guaranteed prize. Easy. Now enhance your tournament experience in one single app. Introducing Bounty mobile app. You can play to earn prize and learn to hone your gaming skills anytime and anywhere. More than 200,000 gamers have joined us. Now it's your turn. We have various tournaments starting from amateur to professional levels. Win the tournaments and climb to the top of leaderboard. What about the payment? Our token and wallet are secured payments for your tournament transaction. You can pay tournament fee and earn prize easily. There is also a reminder that will notify you every time you have a tournament. What are you waiting for? Be a champion with Bounty mobile app. Download now for free.
Hi everyone, it's me again. Right, so now that you have seen what our portfolio companies do on a day-to-day basis, feel free to reach out to us at booth C15, C15, and we're happy to answer your questions. With that, Lance.
Oke, itu dia tadi beberapa sambutan dari Lance, yaitu salah satu perwakilan dari SGGA juga ya. Oke, di last segment dari SDJ ini ada sedikit showcase dari salah satu Ripple Showcase. So let's check it out. What they gonna showcase to us?
Excited to be sharing fantastic titles. The games come from all over the world, from Indonesia, Spain, Peru, and USA. I can't wait to show you. Let's go!
To be the best, it'll take more than just the car you drive. It's about the crew in your corner and the heart behind the wheel. Son, you know.
I reckon you're in for a wreck. You're not a warrior yet. Let us break the ice. Please be gentle with me. Never underestimate the power of a kick in the head. Kick 'em, lads. Stay down if you know what's good for you. That's it. Stop wasting my time, you foolish feedback. These are a few of my favorite things. Kicking, stomping, and kicking. Thanks for watching.
Oke, itu dia tadi showcase dari Ripples Asia. So, kita akan break dulu sejenak dan nanti kita akan balik lagi di session terakhir kita tentunya pada hari ini. So, stay tune guys. Yap, sebelum kita menuju ke break, kita punya satu session di mana ini adalah Pick M. Salah satu permainan yang cukup unik di mana memiliki latar belakang ketika civilization atau peradaban manusia sudah tidak ada lagi, hanya tersisa burung-burung seperti ini dan mereka tapi lupa caranya terbang, makanya mereka belajar untuk menjaga diri mereka dengan cara lain selain terbang, yaitu bela diri.
Rated M for mature.
Masih dari jajaran game indie lainnya, ada satu game lagi yang bertemakan misteri tentunya ya. Dan ini cukup klasik sekali dengan grafik yang kalian sedang lihat, karena gamenya memang benar-benar didesain oleh tim yang menyukai grafik-grafik klasik seperti ini. Padahal kita sudah di tahun 2022 ya.
Thank you to all the exhibitors for sharing your work and passion. Once again, these are the exhibitors of the Singapore Pavilion.
Nah, sekarang kita sudah berada di akhir dari segmennya SGGA.
And if you'd like to find out more about the industry, please visit us at sgga.org.sg. Have a great day.
の岸本です。今回のソニックフロンティアでは次世代のステージクリアアクションゲームとして制作しております。ステージクリア型アクションゲームが進化した最先端のプレイスタイルをぜひ、体験していただきたいと思います。それでは、今回用意したトレーラーをご覧ください。どうぞ。 トレーラーいかがだったでしょうか。ソニックフロンティアの特徴であるオープンゾーンとは、従来型のステージクリア型アクションのシーケンスであるステージ1、2、3を順番にクリアしていくタイプから、電脳空間と呼ばれるステージをオープンワールドに配置して、さらにバトル、謎解き、探索と、あとシナリオ、を用意して、自由なプレイスタイル、自由な攻略スタイルでゲームを進めることができる、全く新しいステージクリア型アクションゲームの進化系になっています。アジアの皆さん、我々のゲームに込めたメッセージ、ぜひ受け取っていただきたいと思います。11月8日の発売、楽しみにしていてください。
Up next is a fireside chat with
Oke guys, nextnya kita punya segmen terakhir kita, yaitu sesuatu yang datang dari Jepang atau Land of the Rising Sun tentunya ya. What makes Japan's game scene so unique? Kita akan belajar dari para mereka yang sudah ahli ataupun mereka-mereka yang sudah tinggal di Jepang. Dan kita akan banyak sekali ngobrol dengan Daniel Robson, Chief Editor dari IGN Jepang, kemudian juga Dylan kemudian juga ada CEO dari berbagai macam studio games, dan Q Gamers, dan juga Bayon, direktur dan juga pembuat musik di Q Games. So let's check it out.
Is Dylan Cuthbert, CEO and founder of Q Games, and Bayon, who is the creative director and multimedia creator at Q Games. Welcome to the panel, guys.
Hello. Hello.
Would you like to give a quick introduction, Dylan?
Yeah, okay. So I'm Dylan Cuthbert, and I've been running Q Games for the last 21 years, and made about 25 games over that period as well. Some of them have been really big hits, some haven't, but that's luck. And basically, just I really enjoy making games, and I'm really enjoying Singapore. It's my first time here, so pretty cool so far. Good food.
Awesome.
Hello, I'm Bayon, and I'm multimedia creator and multimedia artist, and also working as a creative director at Q Games. I'm working as a musician and artist in over 20 years as a freelance, and we collaborated, Q Games and Dylan collaborated the games called Pixel Junk Eden in 2008, and since then I collaborated with a bunch of the games, the indie game industry, the indie games, computer soundtracks and stuff like that, and then officially I joined the Q Games 5-6 years ago.
Yeah, about 5, maybe 6
as
years
a
ago,
creative
yeah.
director, and now I'm here with Dylan to enjoy the Gamescom Asia in Singapore.
Amazing, thank you.
Also your first time as well.
Oh yeah, Singapore is the first time.
And do you like the food?
Yeah, it's great. Yeah.
We're all going to go home 3 times.
I know, right?
Yeah.
It's quite good.
And so obviously Q Games is a game studio based in Kyoto in Japan.
Yes.
Best known for the Pixel Junk series, of course, and most recent release being the Tomorrow Children Phoenix Edition, which is a re-release of the originally a PS4 game that's now out for PS4, PS5.
Yep.
It's an awesome, immersive, online but also offline kind of community.
Very unique kind of experience.
Yeah, it's a wonderful game. And since all 3 of us are based in Japan, you guys are in Kyoto, I'm in Tokyo, and we've all come to be working in Japan from completely different parts. I thought it would be really interesting to talk together about what it is that makes the game industry, the game scene in Japan unique. Not necessarily the best in the world, not necessarily
Just a little bit, but different.
At very least different than anything else, I think. So first of all, so I think Bayon, we'll start with you. You were born and raised in Japan, is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you're from Kyoto originally?
I'm from Takarazuka. It's a Hyogo prefecture, which is next to the Osaka, Hyogo, Kyoto. Yeah. So the thinking about to live in Kyoto, it was a reason that I decided to go into the art university in the Shiga prefecture, which is next to the Kyoto. And our family had the kind of property in Kyoto, so that was the reason. So when I speak into the bunch of my indie friends, even Dylan or Kyoto peeps, and I also feel that kind of interesting is because living in Kyoto for me is not my choice, but people around me, the Dylan or any other indie friends, is that they have very specific reason or some reason to.
There was an animation called Gatchaman.
Oh yeah, right.
That was shown.
Was it shown on the UK TV show?
UK TV, and also Songoku, the Monkey Magic TV series was also shown. And those are the 2 main things that I knew about Japan. So I thought everybody was going to be doing this, to make magic and stuff like that. But no one was doing that at all. But I really enjoyed it, and I came for a week, with work, talking to Nintendo. And just really fell in love with the place instantly. First time, it was just everything was so exciting. And there were game centers everywhere.
Yap, kalau ngelihat dari obrolan mereka ini kayaknya memang obrolan itu berat banget ya, karena ini lebih ke ngomongin soal kultur gamers di Jepang tuh seperti apa yang membuat gamers di Jepang tuh bukan gamers ya, kultur game di Jepang tuh unik gitu, nggak sama kayak apa yang selalu dikembangin dari berbagai belahan dunia lain, contoh seperti Amerika, Europe, CIS, bahkan di Asia Tenggara itu beda banget sama apa yang dikembangin di Jepang. Itulah yang membuat komunitas ataupun industri game di Jepang tuh selalu jauh lebih unik ketimbang negara lain. Tapi ya
and go to each one.
Semua punya keunikan masing-masing ya, baik dari Jepang, Asia Tenggara, atau mungkin lebih spesifik Indonesia, Singapura, Malaysia, ataupun di Europe ataupun di Amerika, pasti ada perbedaan di masing-masing dan juga punya kelebihan dan keunggulan masing-masing ya.
Going to the toilet is big.
Maybe start trouble a little bit.
Yeah, just if I have the change in my pocket, but just they punch us and just take it.
But it's funny you mentioned that because back when I was doing that, I would mention it to people at Nintendo, and they said, "Oh, you're going to all this gaming? Oh, that's a bit dodgy, isn't it? A bit dangerous or whatever."
Yeah.
And like, there was nothing. It was like it was just great. Yeah, it was just great fun. No, it wasn't. Yeah, it was me taking the money. Yeah. No, and
it's because maybe you were foreigner, I think.
No, not that, but it was like it wasn't that. It was more. I think it began to change. Like even at that time, especially in that central area.
In the early 90s, right?
Yeah, and it was actually fine. Like
it was the most intense era for me, though.
For you, yeah. Maybe if you're younger. Oh, I was young though. So,
I think maybe also the allure of video games is worth braving the potential for some violence or just.
Yeah, and also that there was the more dark. People smokes and just very dark and just.
There's a bit of that.
And it's getting better and better after that, but back then it was kind of scary place.
Yeah, I never. So in the UK it was a lot worse because the game centres were mixed with gambling.
Okay, yeah.
And so you had like real slot machines and stuff alongside like Outrun.
Oh, we had that too.
Like Outrun, but you have medal games.
Medal games, it's not about money, but yes.
In the UK, it's like real money, like, and so you have all these like gambling addicts like pumping in their pound coins while smoking,
Oh yeah.
And right next to like Sega's Outrun. And so you'd be playing Outrun and there's some guy sitting next to you like pumping money into a slot machine. It was a really weird experience. So maybe that's also a reason why when I came to Japan and saw the game centers here, they're all like clean and there's like not really. I mean, there's some use and stuff, some use that hanging around, but it wasn't that bad compared to what it was like in the UK. So maybe it's a comparison, like it's a different step.
I think that at the time I prefer to play the games not at game center. I mean, just when I wanted to play some like Street Fighter 2 or something. It's always the arcade cabinet by the Neo Geo. It's
I remember that.
Front of the game shops.
And
the standing.
Oh, those little ones.
Yeah.
What's the one with the monsters?
King of Monsters.
I used to play that.
I burned my finger.
Yeah. And they'd have them just outside the little shops, wouldn't they?
Yeah. And I remember that the really good story about it is that when I been to that shops and just try to play the King of Monsters or whatever. And that the Kodomo no Hi in the Japanese is for the
Children's Day.
Yeah. And I've got the money from my parents, or just since they never do anything for me. So I just got the money and then just been there and just tried playing games. And there was like a 5-year-old kid was trying to play the game. But he's this size. The cabinet screen is here. So he was he inserted the coins and started playing the games. I mean, Street Fighter, obviously. He chose maybe Dowsim or something, and but he can't see the screen. So he's just playing, just like, how do you get? Just like,
enjoying the sound.
Enjoy the sound of his imagination. And I saw like a video game. This is so cool,
So what was So I've got a question for you. So what was the first step? I've never asked this to you before. So what was the first ever game center, arcade game that you played?
I played?
Yeah. Which one can you remember? The first ever one. The first ever. I know. I can remember mine.
Very hard question. Oh.
Yeah, like it must have had an impression, right?
It could be.
Must have had some sort of impression.
It could be Tetris, but it could be fighting games.
But it would have been before Tetris, right? So it must have been.
It's already.
You must have been quite young, right?
Yeah.
So how old were you? Like the first ever one you played. How old were you?
You mean the Tetris?
No, an arcade game. An arcade game. Like putting 100 yen or 50 yen into
100 yen is too expensive.
Yeah, right. So it was 100 yen for
50 yen.
100 yen for 3 goes, right? Back in those days.
Oh, two.
Yeah.
Maybe I was really loved the Neo Geo fighting games mostly.
So do you remember that? So was that one of your first ones?
Oh no, I don't remember. But most of the arcade games at that era, I played everything. I say, Flying Power Disc.
Flying power disc, yes. What's the English title? Hyper. English title. Hyper disc. Flying disc.
Something jammers.
Windjammers.
Windjammers.
Oh, okay.
Or something like that.
Okay.
Something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My first was the first one I actually put money into was Pac-Man.
Ah, okay.
Pac-Man, okay.
First ever one I put money into was Pac-Man.
Yeah.
And it was so expensive.
Yeah. he eats your money.
It was so he does. Yeah. Well, each one of those things is like 10. It's like 10 pence.
Yeah. Now for me it was Double Dragon.
Okay.
Which, I remember going to the not even in an arcade. There was a local restaurant that had a Double Dragon.
Oh,
arcade
okay,
machine in the restaurant.
yeah.
And so I would always want to go and eat at that restaurant because they had Double Dragon.
Yeah.
And I just disappear from the dinner table.
For me, Pac-Man was in my local swimming pool.
Okay.
They just had one Pac-Man unit, and I was like, "What's this? It's magic. You know, what's this thing?"
Cool.
Let's get back to the topic at hand. So for me as well. So it's my route to end up in Japan was that I've been a journalist for a long time, over 20 years. But originally I was writing about music, and I was writing more and more about music that came from Japan.
Okay.
And in those days, there was no YouTube, there was no iTunes, nothing like that. This is sort of 16, 17, 18 years ago.
Yeah.
And so I decided to go over there and be closer to the source. But the longer I've been in Japan, of course, video games are such a major part of Japanese pop culture. I've always loved video games since I was a kid. So, now that's become my main thing. And I'm curious to know from you guys something that really stands out to you that you love about the game scene in Japan today.
I think really the big difference between like today and maybe like say 10 or 20 years ago is that there's much more of like a sort of grassroots kind of resurgence of like a love for the smaller games, not just the big games. And it used to be for a long time that almost all the players, all the gamers would just be buying whatever the big games were. But now they're taking more of an interest in like these subculture and niche games, and I really like that. And I think that's a really good sign.
I agree. I feel like Japan has become a very mature market.
Yeah.
Everybody plays games. And, grandparents play games with their kids, with their grandkids.
Yeah.
And because of that, we're definitely seeing like a much wider diversity of games that people want to play. You look at the ranking on the Switch anytime, which is the biggest platform in Japan, and it's full of smaller indie games. And some of them can be like a big smash hit.
And it never used to be. So I mean, I like the fact that it has there's this big wide spread of taste that has come about now, which there used to be in the early PlayStation days. There was one period where, and you collect those discs only from the PlayStation days, but there was one period where there were lots of really interesting games, but it kind of died out around the middle of the PlayStation 2 and PlayStation 3 period.
Right.
And for some reason, but in the past few years, it's really sort of coming back, and I like that. I think that's really good.
I was thinking about this, say exactly the same thing.
Okay.
But it's true. When the Eden was came out at the time, there's not so many people. Pixel Eden. There was not so many people knows about what is indie game. It's not necessary to be the indie games, but people don't know about what the potential the game has as a medium. And there's a bunch of like a unique game, but people only know about the Super Mario or some big games on just a TV advertisement.
Yeah.
But now people slightly more knows about appreciated to small boutique types of games, and it's a great thing because you guys definitely know that the expression is like yoge.
Yes.
Back then. And I always
you don't hear that anymore.
It's like
it's not as bad as it used to be.
Bion's game is the kind of yoge. It sounds like it's good things, but also bad things too.
Yoge meaning it's like a Western style.
So it's like
as opposed to a Japanese style.
It could be interesting, but buggy, rough game, or story is corrupt, or just that kind of things, Yeah,
there's like a little bit of weird discrimination, right?
Yeah.
In the word yoge, but it's not that bad, but it's like sometimes it means it's a good thing because some people really love yoge, the Western games, but there is a little bit of that. So it's like a quick sort of it can be dismissive in some ways.
Yeah.
But recently I haven't heard that word for actually quite a while.
And it's disappeared.
Yes,
it's disappeared.
It used to be all the time.
Yeah, yoge, but now it's just indie game, or it's not necessary to be an indie, but indie games world, it came out and then just your game was disappear, and then now it's much more like a positive.
Yeah, it's great. Yeah. So it's a really good change.
Yeah.
And Dylan sort of slightly alluded to it before, but Bion, you have a series on Instagram.
Called
Crazy series.
Game
Great.
Disc Beauty.
Yeah.
Where you take video game discs, CDs, like PlayStation games from Japan, and you take these.
Dan di obrolan ini juga beberapa obrolan nostalgic tentang bagaimana keseruan dunia konsol dimulai dari Jepang, di mana mereka membuat disc untuk bermain PlayStation pada zaman dulu ya, PlayStation 1 sampai PlayStation zaman sekarang pun masih menggunakan disc gitu kan. Tapi sudah muncul version lain selain menggunakan disc, yaitu menggunakan digital download ya, dan itu yang membuat obrolan ini menjadi semakin menarik karena mereka menggambarkan kalau perjalanan industri game dari Jepang itu nggak seindah yang dibayangkan.
When he came over to my house and he said, "Oh, this is a part of your creation. The correction is a part of your creativity, and also, in fact, that is what you make games or just art or music, whatever, is collection of the things that you love. It's the same. So be proud." He told me that. So okay, I can try, and also. When I started that game distributing, and then I realized there's so many things that Japanese PS1 disc. I mean, in general, Japanese game disc has a way better design if you compare to the Western disc.
Yes.
Western disc has just only one screen, but Japanese has a very unique colors and just multiple colors and stuff. So people are starting to really appreciate that. So I just am pushing forward, and also it pushed me to collecting the stuff as well. So it's always really fun.
It gives you a good excuse to keep collecting.
Of course, and
Brian is quite a collector, of anything really. Like anything that's really cool or eclectic.
Yeah,
that's just one element I think of Bion's multiple collections.
I think the other DJ. So I love the collecting stuff, and I wanted to find some the hidden treasures. Nobody knows, nobody discovered. But in these days, it's the price is gonna be too expensive and too crazy. So you can see that my game Disc Beauty and some of the games that I bought maybe several years ago, but now they're cheaper, like 1,000 yen or so. But now it could be 50,000 yen, 100,000 yen. It's kind of crazy. Yeah.
So it's a good opportunity if people want to see the beautiful.
Please take a look. I hope you enjoyed it.
Even Bion's shirts are part of his collection.
Right.
He searched out this rare shirt maker, right?
That's true though.
It's a really good story actually.
I have the maybe shirt, even just a T-shirt. Which I almost never wear anymore.
Right.
But I already have like a 300 T-shirt.
Yeah, you can't get rid of it.
Shirt is just 150. So when I go into the out for the business trip like this, but I always take let's say the socks, about the 15 or so, put into the table on the hotel room, and just I need to select each one in the morning, and that's my ritual.
Part of your expression.
It's part of it.
Yeah. Okay. So definitely everybody check out on Instagram Game Disc Beauty. It's a great account. So we talked a little bit about indie games in Japan already. Q Games with the Pixel Junk series, you were in there before the term indie game even really was a thing.
Especially on consoles.
For sure.
It was just beginning to form outside of consoles, but on consoles we were pretty much first in there, I think.
Yeah. And you were also involved in starting up Bit Summit, which is an indie game, a very excellent indie game once a year in Kyoto, in Japan. So the sort of the rise of indie games globally has been Japan was a little behind the ball apart from you guys, I suppose, a few other places. But now we have this very thriving indie scene in Japan. What do you think about the rise of Japan's indie scene?
I think it's been great, really. I mean, the best thing about it, I think, is that we can actually get to meet all those indie developers that were in Japan originally. They were there, but they weren't really expressing themselves fully. So you can, they had their little niche kind of things, but they weren't really in the forefront. So they'd never get picked up by the press or anything. But now, because of Bit Summit and just the fact indies are so much more an in thing now, it means that they can get picked up by the press and they get interviews and they get to talk to a much wider range of people than they'd normally get to talk to. And it also means we can get to talk to them as well. And we've forged like so many friendships and stuff because of Bit Summit, basically, kind of just opening those doors. And we never really got that from like other shows or, you know, sort of the older, the more sort of corporate sort of marketed kind of shows before. And this is because the Bit Summit show is really all about like the developers themselves, right? So all the developers are sitting there showing off their games. You know, it's not a marketing person, or, you know, it's actually the developer right there. And it means you can walk around, you can talk to all these developers and just get to really know them. And you have so many common things you can talk about. It's great, you know, in Japanese or English, and I think that's been really good. And it's also taught quite a lot of these indie developers in Japan. It's also taught them that maybe they should learn English as well. So I've heard from a few people that because of Bit Summit, they actually started to learn English just so they could reach, you know, speak to more people,
communicate with their audience directly.
That's totally true, though, because it's even Japanese people or Western people ask me about just where you live. 100% in Japan. I never live in outside the country, so I got my English in my just experience. So, yeah, that's true. And also that to me the Bit Summit is it sounds like a kind of joke, but the best thing is that the venue of the Bit Summit is just a few minutes away from my house. Super close. And it sounds like a joke, but it's true, because think about the ZDC. It's a great place, and also I never ever know about that ZDC before to release the Eden. ZDC was asking me brought me to do some sessions there, and I discovered so many friends there. I thought that, oh, I'm not alone. I can be part of here, and just I was so proud of that too. But at the same time, I saw look at my not game friend, the game industry friend, the normal friends has the real good friends who can share all the things next door. But to me, no. I have to take a flight, take a jet lag, and just take a flight just over 12 hours and just going there. Finally, I can talk to the things that I love to the people who I love. But now it's just 5 minutes away. So it's a great feeling, you know.
The hurdle is much lower. It's easier.
Yeah. No jet lag.
No jet lag.
You could even go in your pajamas if you're still just drive out of bed.
I mean, that's why it's so important, you know, an event like this, Gamescom Asia here in Singapore, or to have these events that are sort of local to different people. Different people.
Nah, menurut mereka berdua ini, menurut dua orang ini dari Q Games, mereka beranggapan kalau acara-acara seperti Gamescom Asia ini sangat penting banget untuk community gamers ataupun publisher, developer, dan juga studio untuk mengembangkan level mereka ke level yang jauh lebih maju lagi, dan juga untuk mendapatkan investor-investor untuk project mereka ke depannya tentunya.
In Japan, it used to be very much had a very negative connotation. It was like a word that nobody wanted to be called an otaku. Whereas nowadays, you know, people are much more likely to wear that as a badge of pride. If they're crazy about video games, or they're crazy about pop idol music like AKB48 or something, they're much more likely to refer to themselves or each other as otaku, and it's not like a shameful thing anymore. Which is similar in a lot of ways to the rise of the sort of nerd culture in the West with the rise of Marvel, a huge success, mainstream success, that kind of thing. From your perspective, maybe having been there from the days when otaku was a word that you did not want to be called, how do you feel that's changed in perception of somebody having gaming as a hobby?
It's interesting because you know, history-wise in Japan, it's kind of opposite. Because otaku was kind of shame at that time, and then, but think about it, just
Nah, bahkan dua orang ini menceritakan tentang bagaimana perkembangan otaku di Jepang gitu. Dulu menurut yang mereka katakan barusan, gue mencoba untuk sedikit mentranslate, kalau kultur otaku itu dulu sedikit memalukan gitu kan, tapi sekarang semuanya sudah berubah gitu kan.
More than otaku. And the Western people speaking, using that otaku is just the next level or next generation of the nerd and the geek. So in Japan, the situation is kind of opposite. So it's kind of interesting because it's a nerd is cooler than otaku sounds like. And so I don't know if few people using otaku in Japan, but I think it's just my opinion, but it's just still, it has the meaning of the kind of shame, little bit.
Yeah, it's still a bit dark, isn't it? I think it's still a little bit dark, isn't it?
Yeah, and because it's
still not quite, not like the West where it's gone quite positive. It's still a bit borderline.
Yeah, let me be a little more specific. What is shame? You know, what is the shame of the part of that is the collecting games or playing some like a dating game or something. It's not about that. It's more about the like a lack of the skilled communication.
Yeah, social difficulty.
Yeah,
social difficulty.
Social difficulty. That's a part of it, of the shameness of the otaku. So it's not just about the the like a dating game or just the playing some like a weird games, or it's more about that. More like a how you communicate to the people. Yeah.
So Brian, do you consider yourself an otaku? I mean, parts of what you do are there is a crossover, right?
Yeah.
And for me as well, and definitely for Daniel, it's definitely a crossover.
I think so.
Yeah.
And
so maybe we can turn it, we can start making it more positive.
Yeah, sure.
I definitely feel like it has become a more positive, or at least less negative.
Yeah, it's become less negative. I think that's a way to say it.
Still, it sounds like a kind of little part of the hobby or something. Because let's think about it. Just like, is there the word like otaku, professional otaku?
Yeah.
Sounds weird.
It does sound weird.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. So
okay.
It's more of a passion.
I mean, otaku obviously is a similar connotation to hikikomori, right? Because I mean, the word
hikikomori means somebody who never leaves.
Who never leaves the house. But otaku, I mean, the kanji, the word, is like, isn't it? It's like it's a similar meaning. I mean,
yes.
It means someone who stays in the house. Yeah, homebound person.
It's a different things, but it could be happening at the same time.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's just being in the house and forever. That means that you have the tons of time. So you digging some stuff, or you getting afraid about to communicate with someone.
Yeah.
So you don't want to directly communicate with someone. That means that you want to do like MMO or that kind of like a dating game or something. So in fact that
social difficulty.
Yeah. In fact that it could be, but it's not the same. Yeah.
I definitely feel like at the very least, those people who are of that persuasion, there is now a community for that.
Yeah.
You can happily go to, for example, if you're an otaku and obsessive of idol music, pop idol music, there are venues, where AKB48 group perform every night, or the Denpagumi perform every night, whatever, that you can go and be around other people who are immersed in that world too. And of course, online, it's much easier to communicate in those ways. And those groups are sort of marketed at and targeted more directly as well through mainstream, advertising and that kind of thing. Which
so do you think
they have good social buying power as well, because they spend their money on their hobbies.
Yeah.
So do you think social media has helped that then?
Without question.
Because I mean, before there would be no ways to kind of organize or or even target those kind of people.
Without
right?
question.
So it's interesting.
I think so. Yeah. Okay, let's move on. So I think one thing that really marks games in Japan. Obviously, all kinds of games come out of Japan, but I think one thing that is quite a strong uniting factor is the obsession and the care that's paid to world building. So. Sekaikan means like the world of the game.
Yeah, the created world.
The characters, the setting, the scenario. These are very, very important elements in most or many Japanese games. From Dark Souls, where you have all this lore embedded in the game, to Super Mario Brothers, where it's a very.
Kalau ngomongin soal kultur Jepang tuh pasti nggak jauh-jauh sama dunia isekai ataupun dunia kreatif. Sebenarnya itu simple ya penjelasannya kalau menurut mereka ya. Yaitu adalah dunia kreatif yang bisa menampung semua imajinasi para gamers dan itu disebutnya isekai menurut mereka ya gitu.
If you don't know about anything about that game, do you think it's a Japanese game? I don't think so.
It could be a Western game.
Yeah, right.
I mean, the setting is very much Western high fantasy.
Yeah.
When you play it, there's parts of it you realise that like it's a Japanese game. Like there's some decisions and design decisions that probably wouldn't be made in the West that you kind of spot when you play it, which I find quite interesting. But in general, though, the sekaikan, the scenario, the world setting could be quite easily made in the West. Except maybe perhaps it's a bit more gothic than if it was in the West, it'd be a bit less gothic. It would be more fantasy and less of that sort of gothic feel.
But thinking about it, the word itself, sekaikan, is such an interesting word.
Yeah.
It's so broad. So broad that actually the Ozaki Sekaikan the singer, his name is Sekaikan.
Oh, right.
His last name is Sekaikan. It's because such a weird word.
Yeah, yeah,
He
yeah,
can
yeah.
express himself because if your name is Sekaikan,
Yeah.
it's kind of like, you very dedicated to something, but it's so weird to hear.
Yeah.
So how do you say that in English?
Sekaikan.
Yeah.
Sekaikan is always a difficult word to translate because the direct translation is worldview, but that's a little bit wrong. In French, you have mise en scene, which is again a similar kind of, but it's like the world, the setting, the environment.
The world setting.
But it's
World setting.
world setting, but also
Yeah.
it could be different for each person. I think. So there's a Sekaikan for me it's more about the texture.
Yeah, the texture.
Yeah, more texture. Yeah.
And for me as well,
Either soft or hard or
texture
something,
is
right?
also as a whole, like even of the game.
Yeah. Not about
like,
on the surface, but it just
like the
feeling you have in that world. Yeah.
I think when I first learned the word Sekaikan when I was learning Japanese, I found it interesting that we didn't have an equivalent word in English that matches up to the exact same, because it's broad, it's a broad meaning, but Japanese is very very context-based as a language. So if you're talking about Sekaikan among similar-minded people, they know what you're talking about. And if you talk to other people in Japanese about something unrelated, and then the meaning of Sekaikan will change depending on the people. And I think that's really, there's a lot of Japanese words like that help with game design.
Yeah. Think about it, the Sekaikan, it could be used for those words for the owarai as well. Comedy.
Owarai, like a comedy.
Yeah.
So it's like I don't know what it's called in English, but komi and the bokeh.
It's like you have, so generally in Japan, rather than having one guy doing stand-up comedy, it's usually a group of two people, and you have one person who's the straight guy and the other person who's the cool guy. The sort of the serious guy and the stupid. Cool guy.
So both guys are making a sekaikan because if you feel or you said something stupid, it's not enough, right? So I have to say nandeane or just you joke, right? I have to say something and say, what are you talking about? So
what are you talking about?
You say something strange, and then people can understand. Oh, this is funny. So it makes them like a sekaikan as well.
In English, British comedy at least, there's a similar tradition of two people.
Right.
Like Hugh and Laurie or Hale and Pace from way back. But there's a lot of these like combinations.
Yeah. Is there
it's very similar.
Very, very specific punchline like a
No, each one they'd have their own one. Each one they make their own. Yeah, they make their own punchlines.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It's interesting about Japanese comedy is that nandeane is just so broad.
Standard. It's a standard punchline.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean that's part of the sekaikan though, in a way.
Yeah, I definitely think at the very least, when I was a kid growing up in England, I never really thought, I was playing video games since I was very small. I came from, like you, from the Spectrum, playing British-made games, then straight onto the Sega Master System. And I didn't know, but everything I was playing was made in Japan. Sega, like Capcom, like Konami, and so on. And I never really, I didn't even think about where these games were when I was a kid. But sort of that sort of way of presenting games was so different than the games that we had that came from Britain, that came from the That and I think that's a thread that sort of continued to today, where you, at the very least, you have a game like Monster Hunter or a game like Pokemon, where it's a very particular style of building the world and the setting that could only really come from.
Did you play the Pokemon original back then?
My little brother played it when I was
Right.
So you needed someone to play together.
That's right. Yeah.
It was a great game.
Sure. I mean, it's endured in pretty much the format changes a little bit, but it's
pretty much
very similar to the original. Sure. Very, very successful. So, okay, I'm conscious that we're sort of starting to run out of time. So I want to very, very quickly ask you, Bayon, in your opinion, as somebody who you're involved in the development of games, but also the visual side, also the music side, the sound side. You're somebody who does DJing and presents expresses yourself in a variety of different ways. And I feel like Japan is a very good place for these sort of multi-hyphenate, creative people who, express themselves in so many different ways. and especially for like audiovisual content from music to film, to of course video games. Do you think that Japan is like a place that's particularly accepting, or not even accepting, but a place where that kind of creative mind is fostered in some way?
Obviously, it's a tough situation. It's my experience though, but I still see some boundaries in between the game industry to music and fashion. Anime, comics is really close to that game, but the music and fashion is way too far, and it's always really hard to talk about the both things at the same time together. Yeah, I don't know, what do you think? It's because we decided working together and collaborating. So maybe like I am something like not the normal typical person for you to, even you already live in Kyoto over 10 years.
I think one element of that is Kyoto. So Kyoto is a very sort of easy to live in place. It's not too expensive, but it still has a thriving art scene, loads of universities, loads of young people.
Lots of local business.
Yeah, and lots of local businesses, not big franchises. You know, a lot of the even the Michelin-star restaurants. Loads of Michelin-star restaurants. So it's like from small to expensive. There's just a bit of everything, and I think the fact that we managed to kind of find each other, I suppose, in Kyoto is one of Kyoto's strengths. Actually, so we had common friends. So there's a funny, not a joke, but like a common saying that like you're in Kyoto, you quite like often come across people who are just one connection apart from you. Right? It's a very even though it's a large city. I mean, the city is about 2 million people. It's a pretty big city. Even in that city, you can come across people who know people that you know already, and the connections are very strong. And even connections to like abroad or to Tokyo and stuff like that. I've got like stories where I've met someone in Tokyo out of the blue, like not at an event or anything like that, just like we just got talking, and they have like a brother who I've actually met before, 10 years earlier in Kyoto, but the connection was in Kyoto originally, and I'm not sure why, but maybe it's because there are like in Kyoto there are like clustered centres of creativity, and it's like where like artists and galleries and where musicians hang out. Like the club that Brian quite often DJs at Metro is quite a like a cluster, not in the COVID sense, but like in a good sense. It's a hub, and from that hub, all these folks go out, and then they hit other hubs in Kyoto still, creativity, and that's where you get all this interconnectivity going on, and where you get to meet a much wider range of people than you'd expect to meet in a city like that. And I think it's people with similar ways of thinking and similar,
So, but still, just there are some people that are working for few mediums, just like art or music or something.
Yeah.
Tell me what was special for me. What is the special? Is it style itself, or just the characters, or because I don't know.
Yeah.
It's just so hard to know myself.
I think it's the Sekaikan.
Oh, okay.
I think Kyoto's Sekaikan is because it's a very old city, 2,000 years of history, and I think there's an atmosphere. So we'll use the atmosphere version of that word, but it's like it's kind of that feeling, and
because it's even like you said that it's a hub and it's just all spread out, it's all connected, but also think about from the maybe music perspective is that they're pretty ganko. Never change. So
there's a lot of there's a
super
lot of fussiness.
Dedicated.
Dedication. It's very hard to communicate with them as well. Like I'm here, I'm not going there. You just come. That's a Kyoto style.
So maybe it's very very individual. So maybe Kyoto has a very strong individuality.
Exactly.
And there's another old saying in Kyoto amongst the old school Kyoto people, the older people, and they say that once you're living in Kyoto, there's no real need to go to another city.
Right.
So like a lot of people in Kyoto, they never even visit. Like, I mean, it's a kind of snobby. It's just a bit.
Why is there going to be the competitive?
No, it's not. It's not competitive. It's more like they're satisfied. It's just they're satisfied, but it's an interesting.
I feel that I'm half Osaka and I have Kyoto.
Right.
So I see
you're
kind of fighting each other.
Yes. Okay.
So I would say that I don't have the specific answer for that your question, but it's going back to the ZDC and the Beat Summit topic. We had talked about that. So if the Dylan doesn't have his company in Kyoto, I didn't have any opportunity. Maybe still, maybe
You may have found something, but I mean, not maybe not that. Not because I mean it would have been different. It would have been different.
Can you imagine that I just gonna walk in at the big game company? It's impossible.
No,
I was not studied anything. Just wanted to. I have the passion, but it's just a local audience.
So I think there's one word that sums up like a lot of this stuff that happens in Kyoto, and it's a sort of a magical element of Kyoto that I believe in from 30 years ago.
Yeah.
And I think it's synchronicity. I think there's a lot of synchronicity, and you like the word serendipity, right? So it's kind of it's a similar thing where things kind of synchronize there, and I don't know why.
Right.
So there's no real direct we don't know why, but there's a sort of this really interesting side of the town where things come together and happen at the right time. Because if you hadn't spoken to me at that time,
that was the right.
That was the exact time.
You were looking for some inspiration too.
I was looking for an artistic title to launch as a third thing, and it was just the right timing.
Sure.
Yeah. And what was that timing was for me? It's kind of interesting era for me. So that I was working for like music and just fashion, it's cartoons for the magazine, and so many things at the same time. So I was doing all the things that in Kyoto. So it's the local if you compare to Tokyo, right? And I talked to the professor at the art university, and he says that I don't understand what you're doing, but looks like you gotta go into Tokyo. So I was just like, what do you mean? I just don't get it.
Oh, I see. Right.
Yeah, right?
He thought you would have more opportunity in a place like Tokyo.
Something like that. Something like that. So I was just like, I don't give a shit. It's just like,
So to continue.
No, it's not for us.
Okay. Sorry, there's a loud announcement going on here in the venue, but maybe the people at home can't hear it too badly.
Okay. What I'm talking about? Where would it be?
Di tengah-tengah dari obrolannya barusan tuh ada big announcement ya dari venue-nya ya, dan ternyata itu memecah konsentrasi dari orang-orang ini ya, jadi agak bingung tadi waktu mau ulang lagi.
I started my own label, so just doing some design, and everything is getting like exactly bigger and bigger, step by step. And you definitely know, it's a magazine for Studio Boys.
Oh, Studio Boys.
Studio Boys. At the time was a very established art and fashion, games, or subculture, all kinds of the things that the magazine.
All combined.
Yeah. The feature on that magazine is kind of lost on the time, but just it's a first step you be approaching to the Tokyo of the center of the culture and some medium and stuff, right?
Yeah.
And that's not just my one goal, but I've got the feature on the magazine currently just after a couple of years working for that all kind of stuff, and so I was pretty happy. Hey, so I think I can get more opportunity from Tokyo. I might get some bunch of emails to designer or whatever,
Right.
But that magazine that feature me, my graphics and story and interview, the main title was the end of the era of the CD.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's my first study button feature. So again, I worked on so many things, and I made a bunch of CD and then just feature, but it's already end of the era. So right. So I thought, I think I need to find something new, but also that if I wanted to make something unique or something interesting, not just for like a normal music or graphics, and then I thought that I need to release or make my music, but with something that to explain that how do you enjoy my music.
Right. Okay.
That was the video game.
Yes.
Yeah. So it took a while to come up with an idea that okay, video games might be the best. Like I still feel I'm making an album when I'm making a game.
Yeah.
So, but
it's a place to put all your different elements of creativity into one.
Yeah.
Because games is a media that carries art and music, many styles of expression.
Yes. It's kind of too intense and too much. If you think about making an album, you need effort to make a music album, but you can't compare to making games. That's too crazy. So, but still, it's a great medium.
Okay, well, I think we're pretty much out of time.
Yap, itu dia tadi obrolan-obrolan bersama dengan para petinggi dari Q Games ya. Tentang kultur gamers di games di Jepang dan juga bagaimana perkembangannya dan apa yang mereka sedang coba kejar di Jepang sana ya.
It's been really exciting the last few years to see the sort of second wind, the re-rise of Japanese games around the world. Even just this week while we've been here, there've been announcements about Silent Hill series and the Resident Evil series and Final Fantasy 16, and these have been the most talked about games of the last week or so. Globally, have all been coming out of Japan. It's exciting to see that, and to have the rise again of indie games coming from Japan and the games you guys make. It's been really exciting to see that, and hopefully people at home are inspired to go out and try some games. And of course, I will remind everyone, please do check out the Tomorrow Children Phoenix Edition, which is a game that I personally really love. It's great to see that back out there again. And
it's great. There's a big story behind it. So if anyone watching wants to check out the backstory about how we managed to relaunch that, definitely go and have a look on the.
You can read about it on IGN.
Exactly. You can. Exactly. It's a really good article.
It's a very interesting story about making an exclusive game for Sony and then later on getting the rights to the game to release it yourself. So thank you very much for joining us here today.
A lot of fun.
It's been great to chill out with you guys here at Gamescom Asia in Singapore. Everybody, there's still tons more programming to come up, so don't go anywhere. Stay right where you are, and we'll see you again next time. Bye bye.
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 ゲームズコムアジアご覧の皆さんこんにちは。ソニックフロンティアのディレクターの岸本です。今回のソニックフロンティアでは次世代のステージクリアアクションゲームとして制作しております。ステージクリア型アクションゲームが進化した最先端のプレイスタイルをぜひ、体験していただきたいと思います。それでは、今回用意したトレーラーをご覧ください。どうぞ。トレーラーいかがだったでしょうか。ソニックフロンティアの特徴であるオープンゾーンとは従来型のステージクリア型アクションのシーケンスである。
Oke guys, itu dia tadi semua acara kita yang sudah kita rangkum semuanya dalam Gamescom Asia Studio 2022 tentunya pada hari ini bersama rekan gue Kepada Jet. Dan gue cuma pengen ngucapin terima kasih buat teman-teman yang udah stay tune dari tadi pagi sampai juga sampai dengan sore hari ini, udah dengerin semua info-info terbaru tentunya dari Gamescom Asia 2022. Gue mengucapkan terima kasih sekali lagi untuk semua kru yang bertugas juga hari ini, baik yang dari Indonesia maupun yang dari Singapura dan juga teman-teman lain yang sedang bertugas. Dan akhir kata gue mengucapkan pamit undur diri, sampai ketemu lagi di Gamescom Asia 2023 tentunya. Bye bye guys, see you next time.